£100 or £200 in some counties is not rare, sometimes in Kent and in the Weald of Sussex £500 or £600 per annum and £3,000 or £4,000 of stock. In the first quarter of the 18th century he was a prominent figure. Defoe 579 describes the number and prosperity of the greycoats of Kent, as they were called from their homespun garments, whose interest is so considerable that whoever they vote for is always sure to carry it. Why has this sturdy class so dwindled in numbers, and left England infinitely the weaker for their decrease? The causes are several, social, economic, and political. The chief, perhaps, is the peculiar form of government which came in with the Revolution. The landed gentry by that event became supreme, the national and local administration was entirely in their hands, and land being the foundation of social and political influence was eagerly sought by them where it was not already in their hands. 580 At the same time the successful businessmen, whose numbers now increased rapidly from the development of trade, bought land to make themselves gentlemen. Both these classes bought out the yeomen, who do not seem to have been very loath to part with their land. The recently devised system of strict family settlements enabled the old and the new gentlemen to keep this land in their families. The complicated title to land made its transfer difficult and costly, so that there was little breaking up of estates to correspond with the constant buying up of small owners. To the smaller freeholder, as has been noticed, the enclosure of waste land did much harm, for it was necessary to his holding. Again, smaller arable farms did not pay as well as large ones, so they tended to disappear. The decay of home industries was also a heavy blow to the smaller yeoman and the peasant proprietor. Under this combination of circumstances many of the yeomen left the land. Yet though Young, less than a century after King and Davenant, said that the small freeholder had practically disappeared, there were at the end of the 18th century many left all over England, who however largely disappeared during the war and in the bad times after the war. 581 But a contrary tendency was at work which helped to replenish the class. The desire of the Englishman for land is not confined to the wealthy classes. At the end of the 18th century men who had made small fortunes in trade were buying small properties and taking the place of the yeoman. 582 In the Great French War of 1793 to 1815, many yeomen, attracted by the high prices of land, sold their properties, but at the same time many farmers, attracted by the high prices of produce, which had often enriched them, bought land. 583 During the good times of 1853 to 75 many small holders, like those of Ackholm, noticed in the report of the Agricultural Commission of 1893, bought land. A new class of small owners also has sprung up, who, dwelling in or near towns and railway stations, have bought small freeholds. The return of the owners of land of 1872 to 6 gave the following numbers of those owning land in England and Wales. 584, total number of owners of, acreage. Less than 1 acre 703,289,151,171 1 acre and under 10 121,983,478, 679 10 50 72, 6401, 750, 079 50 125, 83 91, 791, 605 100 532 31 76, 827, 346. The great majority of the first class here enumerated, those owning less than 1 acre, do not concern us, as they were evidently merely houses and gardens not of an agricultural character, but a large number of the second class and most of the other three must have been agricultural, though unfortunately no distinction is made. It will be seen, therefore, that there were a considerable number of small owners in England in 1872, and their numbers have probably increased since. Many of them, however, are of the new class mentioned above, and there appears to be no doubt that the number of the peasant proprietors and of the yeomen of the old sort has much diminished, especially in proportion to the growth of population. Footnotes: 562 cf. Supra, p. 163. 563 R. Marshall, Rural Economy of Yorkshire, p. 17 ETSEQ. 564 Slater, English Peasantry and Enclosure, p. 7. 565 It was stated in the report of the Committee on Enclosures, 1844, p. 31, that the ordinary expense of obtaining an enclosure act was from £1,000 to £1,500. In 1814 the enclosure of 3 farms, amounting to 570 acres, including subdivision fences and money paid to a tenant for relinquishing his agreement, cost the landlord nearly £4,000. Agricultural State of the Kingdom, 1816, p. 116. 566 Inquiry into the propriety of supplying wastes to the better support of the poor, p. 42. 567 The usual clause in enclosure acts stated that the land should be allotted according to the several and respective rights of all who had rights and interests in the enclosed property, and expenses were to be borne in proportion to the respective shares of the people interested. 568 pages 8 ETSEQ Slater, OPCITP 113. 569 cf. Marshall's account of the common field townships in Hampshire at the end of the 18th century. Each occupier of land in the common fields contributed to the town flock a number of sheep in proportion to his holding, which were placed under a shepherd who fed them and folded them on all parts of the township. A similar practice was observed with the common herd of cows, which were placed under one cowherd who tended them by day and brought them back at night to be milked, distributing them among their respective owners, and in the morning they were collected by the sound of the horn. Rural Economy of Southern Counties, 2. 351 570 Report of Committee on Waste Lands, 1795, p. 204. Ground was frequently left by the acts for the erection of cottages for the poor, and special allotments were made to guardians for the use of the poor, in addition to the land allotted to all according to their respective claims. Can anyone doubt that if there had been a systematic robbery of the smaller holders on enclosure they would not have risen en masse? 571 Slater, OPCITP 133. 572 Agricultural State of the Kingdom, 1816, p. 8. 573 Report, p. 204. 574 State of the Poor, pages I, 18. 575 Lecky, England in the 18th century, 6. 191 576 Slater, OPCITP 191. 577 Report, p. 27. 578 See above. Another estimate puts them at 180,000. 579 Tour, I, 2, 37, 38. 580 Toynbee, Industrial Revolution, p. 62. 581 Hasbrook, OPCITP 71. 582 Marshall, Review of Agriculture, Reports Western Department, p. 18. 583 Parliamentary Reports, Commissioners, 1897, 15. 32 584 Parliamentary Accounts and Papers, LXXX. 21 The number of those owning over 500 acres does not concern the small owner or the yeoman class, but they were, from 500 acres to 1,000, 4,799, from 1,000 to 2,000, 2,719, from 2,000 to 5,000, 1,815, from 5,000 to 10,000, 581, from 10,000 to 20,000, 223, from 20,000 to 50,000, 66, from 50,000 to 100,000, 3, over 100,000, 1 for the numbers of the holdings of various sizes in 1875 and 1907. See below, p. 334. The term holdings, however, includes freeholds and leaseholds. Chapter 19, 1816 to 1837. Depression. The summer of 1816 was wretched. The distress, aggravated by the bad season, caused riots everywhere. At Bideford the mob interfered to prevent the export of a cargo of potatoes. At Bridport they broke into the bakers' shops. Incendiary fires broke out night after night in the eastern counties. At Swanage 6 people out of 7 were paupers, and in one parish in Cambridgeshire every person but one was a pauper or a bankrupt. 585 corn rose again. By June, 1817, it was 117s, but fell to 77s. In September. In 1818 occurred a drought of 4 months, lasting from May till September, and great preparations were made to ward off the expected famine. Immense quantities of wheat came from the Baltic, of maize from America, and beans and maize from Italy and Egypt, with hay from New York, as it was selling at £10 a ton. However, rain fell in September, brown fields suddenly became green, turnips sprang up where none had appeared, and even spring corn that had lain in the parched ground began to grow, so the fear of scarcity passed. In 1822 came a good season, which produced a great crop of wheat. In the lifetime of the existing generation old men declared that such a harvest had been known only once before. Imports also came from Ireland to the amount of nearly 1,000,000 quarters, so that the price at the end of the year was 38s, and the average price for the year was 44s. 7d beef went down to 2s. 5d stone and mutton to 2s. 2d the cry of agricultural distress again rose loudly. Farmers were still, though some of the war taxes had been remitted, heavily taxed, for the taxes on malt, soap, salt, candles, leather, all pressed heavily. 586 The chief cause of the distress was the long-felt reaction after the war, but it was aggravated by the return to cash payments in 1819. Gold had fallen to its real value, and the fall in gold had been followed by a fall in the prices of every other article. 587 The produce of many thousand acres in England did not sell that year for as much money as was expended in growing it, without reckoning rent, taxes, and interest on capital. 588 estates worth £3,000 a year, says the same writer, some years since, were now worth £1,000. Bacon had gone down from SIXS 6d to 2s. 4d a stone, Southdown ewes from 50s to 15s, and lambs from 42s to 5s. A Dorset farmer told the Parliamentary Committee that since 1815 he knew of 50 farmers, farming 24,000 acres, who had failed entirely. 589 In the Tyne Mercury of October 30, 1821, it was recorded that Mr. Thus Cooper of Bow purchased 3 milch cows and 40 sheep for £18 6d, which some 4 years previously would only have bought their skins. Prime beef was sold in Salisbury Market at 4d. Retail, and good joints of mutton at 31/2d. 590 Everywhere the farmers were complaining bitterly, but hanging on like sailors to the masts or hull of a wreck. In Sussex labourers were being employed to dig holes and fill them in again, proof enough of distress but also of great folly. Many thousands of acres were now a mass of thistles and weeds, once fair grassland plowed up during the war for wheat, and abandoned at the fall of prices. There were no less than 475 petitions on agricultural distress presented to the House from 1820 to March 31, 1822. In 1822, it was proposed that the government should purchase wheat grown in England to the value of 1 million sterling and store it, also that when the average price of wheat was under 60s, the government should advance money on such corn grown in the United Kingdom as should be deposited in certain warehouses, to an extent not exceeding two-thirds the value of the corn. 591 There were not wanting men, however, who put the other side of the question. In a tract called The Refutation of the Arguments used on the subject of the agricultural petition, written in 1819, it was said that the increase in the farmer's expenditure was the cause of his discontent. He now assumes the manners and demands the equipage of a gentleman, keeps a table like his landlord, anticipates seasons in their productions, is as choice in his wines, his horses, and his furniture. Let him be more thrifty. Let him dismiss his steward, a character a few years back only known to the great landowner, and cease from degrading the British farmer into a synonym for prodigality. Lord Liverpool, in the House of Lords, in a speech which roused great opposition among agriculturists, minimized the distress. Distress there was, he admitted, but it was not confined to England, it was worldwide. Neither was it produced by excessive taxation, for since 1815 taxation had been reduced 25% or while though rents and prices had fallen they were much higher than before the war. Another writer said at the time, individuals of all classes have of late been as it were inflated above their natural size, let this unnatural growth be reduced, let them resume their proper places and appearances, and the quantum of substantial enjoyment, real comfort, and happiness, will not be found lessened. It was also asserted that the taxes on malt, leather, soap, salt, and candles, were not very pressing. The persistent cries of distress produced a bill giving still further protection to corn growers, which was fortunately not carried into effect. There was no doubt, however, about the reality of the crisis through which the landed classes were passing. Many of the landowners were heavily in debt. Mortgages had been multiplied during the war, and while prices were high payment of interest was easy, but when prices fell and the tenant threw up his farm, the landlord could not throw over the mortgage, and the interest hung like a dead weight round his neck. 592 The price to which wheat fell at the end of 1822 was to be the lowest for some years, it soon recovered, and until 1834 the average annual prices ranged from 53s to 68s. 60, while in 1825 beef at Smithfield was 5s. And mutton 5s. 4d a stone. In 1823 there was a marked improvement, and the King's speech congratulated the country on the gradual abatement of those difficulties under which agriculture has so long suffered. 593 In 1824 agriculture was recovering from the depression under which it labored. 594 In 1825 it was said, there never was a period in the history of this country when all the great interests of the nation were in so thriving a condition. 595 In that year over-speculation produced a panic and agricultural distress was again evident. In 1826 Cobbett said, the present stock of the farms is not in one half the cases the property of the farmer, it is borrowed stock. 596 In 1828 all the farmers in Kent were said to be insolvent. 597 At the meeting of Parliament in 1830 the King lamented the state of affairs, and ascribed it to unfavourable seasons and other causes beyond the reach of legislative remedy. Many had learnt that high protection was no protection for farmers, and it was stated more than once that the large foreign supply of grain, though only then about one-third of the home-grown, depressed our markets. At the same time, it must be admitted that agriculture, like all other industries, was suffering from the crisis of 1825. In 1830, the country was filled with unrest, in which the farm laborer shared. His motives, however, were hardly political. He had a rooted belief that machinery was injuring him, the threshing machine especially, and he avenged himself by burning the ricks of obnoxious farmers. Letters were sent to employers demanding higher wages and the disuse of machines, and notices signs swing were affixed to gates and buildings. Night after night incendiary fires broke out, and emboldened by impunity the rioters proceeded to pillage by day. In Hampshire they moved in bodies 1,500 strong. A special commission was appointed, and the disorders put down at last with a firm hand. In 1828 there had been a relaxation in the duties on corn, the object of the act passed in that year being to secure the farmer a constant price of 8s. a bushel instead of 10s. As in 1815, and by a sliding scale to prevent the disastrous fluctuations in prices. The best proof of its failure is afforded by the appointment of another parliamentary committee in 1833 to inquire into the distressed state of agriculture. At this inquiry many witnesses asserted that the cultivation of inferior soils and heavy clays had diminished from 1/4 to 1/5. 598 It was also asserted that farmers were paying rent out of capital. 599 Tooke, however, thought there was much exaggeration of the distress, which was proved by the way the farmers weathered the low prices of 1835, when wheat, after a succession of 4 remarkably good seasons, averaged 39s. 4d for the year. In these abundant years, too, he asserts that the home supply was equal to the demand 600, though the committee of 1833 had stated that this had ceased to be the case. 601 Another committee, the last for many years, sat in 1835 to consider the distress, but although prices were low the whole tenor of the evidence established the improvement of farming, the extension of cultivation, and the increase of produce, and it was noticed at this time that towns dependent on agriculture were uniformly prosperous. 602 On the whole, in spite of exaggeration from interested motives, the distress for the 20 years after the Battle of Waterloo was real and deep. 20 years of depression succeeded the same period of false exaltation. The progress, too, during that time was real, and made, as was remarked, because of adversity. From this time agriculture slowly revived. On one point both of the two last committees were agreed, that the condition of the laborer was improved, and they said he was better off than at any former period, for his wages remained the same, while prices of necessaries had fallen. That his wages went further is true, but they were still miserably low, and he was often housed worse than the animals on the farm. Wattle and dab, or mud and straw, formed the walls of his cottage, the floors were often of mud, and all ages and both sexes frequently slept in one room. A block of 10 cottages were put up in the parish of Holmer 603 at the commencement of the 19th century, which were said to have combined comfort, convenience, and economy. They each contained one room 12 feet by 14 feet and 6 feet high with a bedroom over, and cost £32 10s each. They were evidently considered quite superior dwellings, far better than the ordinary run of labourers' cottages. Cobbett gives us a picture of some in Leicestershire in 1826, hovels made of mud and straw, bits of glass, or of old cast-off windows, without frames or hinges frequently, and merely stuck in the mud wall. Enter them and look at the bits of chairs or stools, the wretched boards tacked together to serve for a table, the floor of pebble, broken brick, or of the bare ground. Look at the thing called a bed, and survey the rags on the backs of the wretched inhabitants. 604 The chief exceptions to this state of affairs were the estates of many of the great landlords. On that of the Earl of Winchelsea in Rutland, the cottages he had built contained a kitchen, parlour, dairy, 2 bedrooms, and a cow-house, and several had small holdings attached of from 5 to 20 acres. 605 Not long before, wages in Hampshire and Wiltshire were fives and sixs a week. 606 In 1822 it was stated that beef and mutton are things the taste of which was unknown to the mass of labourers. No one has lived more in cottages than I, and I declare solemnly I never remember once to have seen such a thing. 607 A group of women labourers, whom Cobbett saw by the roadside in Hampshire, presented such an assemblage of rags as I never saw before even amongst the hoppers at Farnham. 608 The labourer's wages may have gone a little further, but he had lost his by-industries, his bit of land and rights of common, and would have had a very different tale to tell from that of the framers of the reports above quoted. In spite of the complaints made that the improvements of the coaches and of the roads drew the countrymen to the towns, many stirred hardly at all from their native parish, and their lives were now infinitely duller than in the Middle Ages. The great event of the year was the harvest home, which was usually a scene of great merry-making. In Devonshire, when a farmer's wheat was ripe he sent round notice to the neighbourhood, and men and women from all sides came to reap the crop. As early as 11 or 12, so much ale and cider had been drunk that the shouts and ribald jokes of the company were heard to a considerable distance, attracting more helpers, who came from far and near, but none were allowed to come after 12 o'clock. Between 12 and 1 came dinner, with copious libations of ale and cider, which lasted till 2, when reaping was resumed and went on without interruption except from the squabbles of the company till 5, when what were called drinkings, or more food and drink, were taken into the field and consumed. After this the corn reaped was bound into sheaves till evening, when after the sport of throwing their reaping hooks at a sheaf which had been set up as a mark for a prize, all proceeded to supper and more ale and cider till the small hours. 609 No wages were paid at these harvestings, but the unlimited amount of eating and drinking was very expensive, and about this date the practice of using hired labor had largely superseded this old custom. The close of this period was marked by 2 acts of great benefit to farmers: the Poor Law Amendment Act of 1834, 4 and 5 Wm4, c. 76, which reduced the rate 610 and marked the beginning of a period of slow recovery in the laborer's standard of life, moral and material, though at first it brought him not a little adversity. 611, and the Tithe Commutation Act of 1836, 6 and 7 Wm4, c. 71, which substituted for the tithe paid in kind or the fluctuating commuted tithe, a tithe rent charge, equivalent to the market value, on a septennial average, of the exact quantities of wheat, barley, and oats, which made up the legal tithes by the estimate in 1836. Thus was removed a perpetual source of dispute and antagonism between tithe-payer and tithe-owner. The system hitherto pursued, moreover, was wasteful. In exceptionally favorable circumstances the clergy did not receive more than 2/3 of the value of the tithe in kind. The delays were a frequent source of loss. In rainy weather, when the farmer desired to get his crops in quickly, he was obliged to shock his crops, give the tithe owners notice to set out their tithes, and wait for their arrival. In the meantime the crop, perhaps, being badly damaged. 612 Footnotes, 585 Walpole, History of England, I 161. 586 Inquiry into Agricultural Distress, 1822, p. 40. 587 Walpole, OPCIT 2. 22 588 A letter to the Earl of Liverpool by an old Tory, 1822. The Committee on Agricultural Distress found that farmers were paying rent out of capital, Parliamentary reports. Committees, v71, and that leases fixed on the basis of the high prices of the war meant ruin to the farmer if held to his engagement. 589 Parliamentary reports, committees, 9. 138 590 Kabet, Rural Rides, ed. 1885, I3, 16. 591 Report of the Committee on Agricultural Depression, 1822, pages 3, 4. 592 Walpole, History of England, 2. 23 593 Hansard, 9. 1544 594 Ibid X1, 2. 595 Ibid 12. 1596 Rural Rides, 2. 199 597 Walpole, History of England, 2. 526 The distress was aggravated by rot among sheep, which is said to have destroyed 1/4 of those in the kingdom. See Parliamentary Reports, Commissioners, 1836, 8, 2, p. 198. 598 Took, History of Prices, 2. 227 599 Report of 1833, p. 6. 600 Took, History of Prices, 2, 238. 601 Imports fell considerably at this date, they were, 1832 1,254, 351 quarters. 18331, 166, 457, 1834981, 486, 1835750, 808, 1836861, 156, 18371, 109, 492, 18381, 923, 400. There were also considerable exports, 1832 289, 558 quarters. 183396, 212, 183459, 482, 183534, 076, 1836256, 978, 1837308, 420, 1838158, 621 McCulloch, Commercial Dictionary, 1847, p. 438. 602 Porter, Progress of the Nation, p. 151. 603 C. Duncombe, General View of Herefordshire, 1805. 604 Rural Rides, 2. 348 605 London, Encyclopedia of Agriculture, 1831, p. 1156. 606 Kabet, Rural Rides, I 149. The average, however, now was about 9s, see Parliamentary Reports, v 72. 607 A letter to the Earl of Liverpool by an old Tory, 1822, p. 16. 608 Rural Rides, I 18. 609 more, History of Devonshire, I 430. 610 By this Act and the various amending Acts the law of settlement, so long a burden on the labourer, is now settled thus: a settlement may be acquired by birth, parentage, marriage, renting a tenement, by being bound apprentice and inhabiting, by estate, payment of taxes, and by residence. Stephen, Commentaries on the Laws of England, 1903, 3. 87 611 Hasbrook, OPCITP 217. 612 RASE Journal, 1901, p. 9. Chapter XX 1837 to 1875 Revival of Agriculture. The Royal Agricultural Society Corn Law repeal a temporary setback. The halcyon days. The revival of agriculture roughly coincided with the accession of Queen Victoria. It was proved that Scotch farmers who had farmed highly had weathered the storm. Instead of repeatedly calling on Parliament to help them, they had helped themselves, by spending large sums in draining and manuring the land. They had adopted the subsoil plough, and the drainage system of Smith of Deanston, used machinery to economize labor, and improved the breed of stock. This was an object lesson for the English farmer, and he began to profit by it. It was high time that he did. In spite of the undoubted progress made, farming was still often terribly backward. Little or no machinery was used, implements were often bad, teams too large, drilling little practiced, drainage utterly inefficient. In fact, while one farmer used all the improvements made, 100 had little to do with them. But better times were at hand. About 1835 Elkington's system of drainage, which among the more advanced agriculturists, at any rate, had been used for half a century, was superseded by that of James Smith of Deanston, a system of thorough drainage and deep ploughing, which effected a complete revolution in the art of draining, and holds the field today. Hitherto the draining of land had been done by a few drains where they were thought necessary, which was often a failure. Smith initiated a complete system of parallel underground drains, near enough to each other to catch all the superfluous water, running into a main drain which ran along the lowest part of the ground. His system has also been called furrow or frequent draining, as the drains were generally laid in the furrows from 2 to 2.5 feet deep at short intervals. Even then the tributary drains were at first filled in with stones 12 inches deep, as they had been for centuries, and sometimes with thorns, or even turfs, as tiles were still expensive, and the main was made of stonework. However, the invention of machines for making tiles cheapened them, and the substitution of cylindrical pipes for horseshoe tiles laid on flat sole still further lowered the cost and increased the efficiency. 613 In 1848, Peel introduced government drainage loans, repayable by 22 installments of 6.5%. This was consequently an era of extensive drainage works all over England, which sorely needed it, but even now the work was often badly done. In some cases it was the custom for the tenant to put in as many tiles as his landlord gave him, and they were often merely buried. At Stratfield-say, for instance, where the Iron Duke was a generous and capable landlord, the drains were sometimes a foot deep, while others were 6 feet deep and 60 feet apart. 614 Although the soil required nothing of the kind. Vast sums were also spent on farm buildings, still often old and rickety, with deficient and insanitary accommodation. In Devonshire the farmer was bound by his lease to repair old mud and wooden houses, at a cost of 10 per center on his rent, and there were many such all over England. Farm buildings were often at the extreme end of the holding, the cattle were crowded together in drafty sheds, and the farmyard was generally a mass of filth and spoiling manure, spoiling because all the liquid was draining away from it into the pool where the livestock drank, a picture, alas, often true today. It was to bring the great mass of landlords and farmers into line with those who had made the most of what progress there had been, that the Royal Society was founded in 1838, in imitation of the Highland Society, but also owing to the realization of the great benefits conferred on farming during the last half-century by the exertions of agricultural societies. The Smithfield Club shows having especially aided the breeding of livestock. Writing on the subject of the society, Mr. Handley 615 spoke of the wretched modes of farming still to be seen in the country, especially in the case of arable land, though there had been a marked improvement in the breeding of stock. Prejudice, as ever, was rampant. Bone manure, though in the previous 20 years it had worked wonders, was in many parts unused. It was felt that what the English farmer needed was practice with science. The first president of the society was Earl Spencer, and it at once set vigorously to work, recommending prizes for essays on 24 subjects, some of which are in the first volume of the Society's journal. Prizes were also offered for the best draining plough, the best implement for crushing gorse, for a ploughing match to be held at the first country meeting of the Society fixed at Oxford in 1839, for the best cultivated farm in Oxfordshire and the adjacent counties, and for the invention of any new agricultural implement. In 1840 the Society was granted a charter under the title of the Royal Agricultural Society of England, and its career since then has been one of continued usefulness, and forms a prominent feature in the agricultural history of the times. In 1839-616 the first country meeting of the Society was held at Oxford, and its 247 entries of livestock and 54 of implements were described as constituting a show of unprecedented magnitude. According to Bell's Weekly Messenger for July 22, 1839, the show for some time had been the all-absorbing topic of conversation not only among agriculturists, but among the community at large, and the first day 20,000 people attended the show, many having come great distances by road. Everybody and every exhibit had to get to Oxford by road. Some shorthorn cattle, belonging to the famous Thomas Bates of Kirkleavington, took nearly 3 weeks on the road, coming from London to Aylesbury by canal. But such a journey was not unusual then, for cattle were often 2 or 3 weeks on the road to great fairs, and stood the journey best on hay. It was surprising how fresh and sound they finished. 617 The show ground covered 7 acres, and among the implements tested was a subsoil plough, Biddle's scarifier, and a drill for depositing manure after turnips. There were only 6 classes for cattle: shorthorns, Herefords, Devons, cattle of any other breed, dairy cattle, and oxen, 1 class for horses, and 3 for sheep: Leicesters, Southdown or other short wool, and long wooled, with 1 for pigs. 618 The shorthorns, with the exception of the Kirkleavingtons, were bred in the neighborhood, and many good judges said long afterwards that a finer lot had not been seen since. The duchesses especially impressed all who saw them. The rest of the livestock was in no way remarkable. From this small beginning, then thought so much of, the show grew fast, and the Warwick meeting 619 of 1892, after several years of agricultural depression, illustrates the excellent work of the Society and the enormous progress made by English agriculture. The show ground covered 90 acres, horses were now divided into thoroughbred stallions, hunters, coach horses, hackneys, ponies, harness horses and ponies, shires, Clydesdales, Suffolks, and agricultural horses. Cattle were classified as shorthorns, Herefords, Devons, Sussex, Longhorns, described as few in number and of no particular quality, a breed which has now been many years on the wane, but has recently been revived, 620 Welsh, red-polled, Jerseys, Guernseys, Kerry and Dexter Kerry. The increased variety of sheep was also striking: Leicesters, Cotswolds, Lincolns, Oxford Downs, Shropshires, South Downs, Hampshire Downs, Suffolks, Border Leicesters, Clunforest, and Welsh Mountain. Pigs were divided into large, middle, and small white Berkshires, any other black breed, and Tamworths. Altogether the total number of stock exhibited was 1,858, and the number of implements was 5,430. In 1840 appeared Liebig's Chemistry in its application to agriculture and physiology, tracing the relations between the nutrition of plants and the composition of the soil, a book which was received with enthusiasm, and completely changed the attitude which agriculturists generally had maintained towards chemistry, one of contempt, founded on ignorance. But, as Mr. Prothero has said 621, if the new agriculture was born in the laboratory of Glisson, it grew into strength at the experimental station of Rothamsted. There, for more than half a century, Laws and Gilbert conducted experiments, of vast benefit to agriculture, in the objects, method, and effect of manuring, the scientific basis for the rotation of crops, and the results of various foods on animals in the production of meat, milk, and manure. The use of artificial manures now spread rapidly. Bones, used long before uncrushed, are said to have been first crushed in 1772, and their value was realized by Coke of Holcombe, but for long they were crushed by hammer or horse mill, and their use was consequently limited. Then iron rollers worked by steam ground them cheaply and effectively, and their use soon spread, though it was not till about 1840 that it can be said to have become general. Its effects were often described as wonderful. In Cheshire, cheese-making had exhausted the soil, and it was said that by boning and draining an additional cow could be kept for every 4 acres, and tenants readily paid 7 per center to their landlords for expenditure in bone manure. Its use had indeed raised many struggling farmers to comparative independence. 622 A very large quantity of the bones used came from South America. 623 Porter also noticed that since 1840 an extensive trade has been carried on in an article called guano, the guana of Davie, from the islands of the Pacific and off the coast of Africa. Nitrate of soda was just coming in, but was not much used till some years later. In 1840 Liebig suggested the treatment of bones with sulfuric acid, and in 1843 Laws patented the process and set up his works at Deptford. 624 Italian ryegrass, not to be confounded with the Old English raygrass, had been introduced by Thomson of Banchory, in 1834, from Munich. 625 And though the Swede was known at the end of the 18th century, in many parts it had only just become common. In knots it was in 1844 described as having recently become the sheet anchor of the farmers. 626 In Cheshire a writer at the same date said, in the year 1814 there were not 5 acres of Swedish turnips grown in the parish where I reside, now there are from 60 to 80, and in many parts of the county the increase has been in a much greater ratio. 627 About this time a remedy was found in the south for leaving the land idle during the 9 months between harvesting the corn crop in August, and sowing the turnip crop in the following June, by sowing rye, which was eaten green by the sheep in May, a good preparation for the succeeding winter crop. Turnip cutters were at last being used, and corn and cake crushers soon followed. The seasons from 1838 to 1841 were bad, and must be characterized as a period of dearth, wheat keeping at a good price. 628 That of 1844 to 5 was remarkable for the first general appearance of the potato disease, not only in these islands but on the continent of Europe. 629 In August, 1846, the worst apprehensions of the failure of the crop were more than realized, and the terrible results in Ireland are well known. In the early part of 1847 there was a fear of scarcity in corn, and the price of wheat rose to 102s. 5d in spite of an importation of 4,500,000 quarters, but this was largely owing to the absence of any reliable agricultural statistics, which were not furnished till 1866, and the price soon fell 630. We have now reached the period of free trade, when the corn laws, which had protected agriculture more or less effectually for so long, were definitely abandoned. That they had failed to prevent great fluctuations in the price of corn is abundantly evident. It is also equally evident that they kept up the average price. In the 10 years from 1837 to 1846, the average price of wheat was 58s. 7d a quarter, in the 7 years from 1848 to 1853, the average price was 48s. 2d 631. The average imports of wheat and flour for the same period were 2,161,813 and 4,401,000 quarters respectively. But to obtain the real effect of free trade on prices, the prices for the period between 1815 and 1846 must be compared with those between 1846 and the present day, when the fall is enormous. The Act of 1815, which Tooke said had failed to secure any one of the objects aimed at by its promoters, had received two important alterations. In 1828, 9 Go 4, C60, a duty of 30 SIXS. 8d was imposed when the price was 50s, decreasing to 1s. When it was 73s. In 1843, 5 Vic C14, a duty of 20s. Was imposed when the price was 50s, and the duty became 7s. When the price reached 65s. A contemporary writer denies that these duties benefited the farmer at all. If the present shifting scale of duty was intended to protect the farmer, keep the prices of corn steady, ensure a supply to the consumer at a moderate price, and benefit the revenue, it has signally failed. During the continuation of the corn laws, the farmers have suffered the greatest privations. The variations in price have been extreme, and when a supply of foreign corn has been required, it has only reached the consumer at a high price, and benefited the revenue little. 632 rents of farms were often calculated not on the market price of wheat, but on the price thought to be fixed by the duties, which was occasionally much higher. 633. It was also said that but for the restrictions that had been imposed in the supposed interests of agriculture, the skill and enterprise of farmers would have been better directed than it had been. By means of these restrictions and the consequent enhancement of the cost of living, the cultivation of the land had been injuriously restricted, for the energies of farmers had been limited to producing certain descriptions of food, and they had neglected others which would have been far 634 more profitable. The landlord had profited by higher rents, but, according to Caird, a most competent observer, had generally speaking been induced by a reliance on protection to neglect his duty to his estates, so that buildings were poor, and drainage neglected. The laborer was little if any better off than 80 years before. It was a mystery even to farmers how they lived in many parts of the country. Our common drink, said one, is burnt crust tea. We never know what it is to get enough to eat. 635. Against these disadvantages can only be put the fact that protection had kept up the price of corn, a calamity for the mass of the people. The amount of wheat imported into England before the era of Corn Law repeal was inconsiderable. Mr. Porter has shown 636 how very small a proportion of wheat used in this country was imported from 1801 to 44. From 1801 to 1810 the average annual import of wheat into the kingdom was 600,946 quarters, or a little over a peck annually per head, the average annual consumption per head being about 8 bushels. Between 1811 and 1820 the average importation was 458,578 quarters, or for the increased population 1.5 gallons per head, and the same share for each person was imported in the next decade 1821 to 30. From 1831 to 40 the average imports arose to 607,638 quarters, or 2.25 gallons per head, and in 1841 to 4 an average import of 1,901,495 quarters raised the average supply to 4.5 gallons per person, still a very small proportion of the amount consumed. In 1836 a small association had been formed in London for advocating the repeal of the Corn Laws, and in 1838 a similar association was formed in Manchester. 637 At one of its earliest meetings appeared Richard Cobden, under whose guidance the association became the Anti-Corn Law League, and at whose invitation John Bright joined the League. Under these two men the Anti-Corn Law League commenced its great agitation, its object being to convince the manufacturer that the corn laws were interfering with the growth of trade, to persuade the people that they were raising the price of food, to teach the agriculturists that they had not even the solitary merit of securing a fixed price for corn. The country was deluged with pamphlets, backed up by constant public meetings, and these efforts, aided by unfavorable seasons, convinced many of the errors of protection. In 1840 the League spent £5,700 in distributing 160,000 circulars and 150,000 pamphlets, and in delivering 400 lectures to 800,000 people. Bakers were persuaded to bake taxed and untaxed shilling loaves, and, on the purchaser choosing the larger, to demand the tax from the landlord. In 1843 the League collected £50,000, next year £100,000, and in 1845 £250,000 in support of their agitation. Yet for some years they had little success in Parliament. Even in 1842 Peel only amended the laws, and it was not until 1846 that, convinced by the League's arguments, as he himself confessed, and stimulated by the famine in Ireland, he introduced the famous Act, 9 and 10 Vict. C. 22. By this the maximum duty on imported wheat was at once to be reduced to 10s. a quarter when the price was under 48s, to 5s. On barley when the price was under 26s, and to 4s. On oats when the price was under 18s, with lower duties as prices rose above these figures, but the most important part of the act was that on February 1, 1849, these duties were to cease, and only a nominal duty of 1s. a quarter on foreign corn be retained, which was abolished in 1860. By 9 and 10 Vict. C. 23 the duties on livestock were also abolished entirely. Down to 1842 the importation of horned cattle, sheep, hogs, and other animals used as food was strictly prohibited 638 but in that year the prohibition was withdrawn and they were allowed to enter the country on a payment of 20s. a head on oxen and bulls, 15s. On cows, 3s. On sheep, 5s. On hogs, which duties continued till 1846. It is interesting to find that so shrewd an observer as McCulloch did not expect any great increase in the imports of live animals from the reduction of the duties, but he anticipated a great increase in salted meat from abroad, cold storage being then undreamed of. The full effect of this momentous change was not to be felt for a generation, but the immediate effect was an agricultural panic apparently justified by falling prices. In 1850 wheat averaged 40s. 3d and in 1851 38s. 6d on the other hand, stock farmers were doing well. But on the corn lands the prices of the protection era had to come down, many farms were thrown up, some arable turned into pasture, distress was widespread. Owing to the depressed state of agriculture in 1850, the Times sent James Caird on a tour through England, and one of the most important conclusions arrived at in his account of his tour is, that owing to protection, the majority of landowners had neglected their land, but another cause of neglect was that the great body of English landlords knew nothing of the management of their estates, and committed it to agents who knew little more and merely received the rents. The important business of being a landowner is the only one for which no special training is provided. Many of the landlords, however, then, as now, were unable to improve their estates if they desired to do so, as they were hopelessly encumbered, and the expense of sale was almost prohibitive. The contrast between good and bad farmers was more marked in 1850 than today. The efforts of the Royal Agricultural Society to raise the general standard of farming had not yet borne much fruit. In many counties, side by side, were farmers who used every modern improvement, and those who still employed the methods of the 18th century, on one farm wheat producing 40 bushels an acre, threshed by steam at a cost of 3s. 60, on the next 20 bushels to the acre threshed by the flail at a cost of 9s. 639. Drainage in the counties where it was needed had made considerable progress. The removal of useless hedgerows often crowded with timber, that kept the sun from the crops and whose roots absorbed much of the nourishment of the soil, was slowly extending, but farm buildings almost everywhere were defective. The inconvenient ill-arranged hovels, the rickety wood and thatch barns and sheds devoid of every known improvement for economizing labor, food, and manure, which are to be met with in every county in England, are a reproach to the landlords in the eyes of all good farmers. 640. The farm buildings of Belgium, Holland, France, and the Rhenish provinces were much superior. In parts of England indeed no progress seems to have been made for generations at this date. Thousands of acres of peat moss in Lancashire were unreclaimed, and many parts of the Filda district were difficult even to traverse. Even in Warwickshire, in the heart of England, between Knowle and Tamworth, instead of signs of industry and improvement were narrow winding lanes leading to nothing, traversed by lean pigs and rough cattle, broad copse like hedges, small and irregular fields of couch, amidst which straggled the stalks of some smothered cereal, these with gypsy encampments and the occasional sound of the poacher's gun from woods and thickets around were the characteristics of the district. 641. Leases were the exception throughout England, though more prevalent in the West. 642. The greater proportion of farms were held on yearly agreements terminable by 6 months' notice on either side, a system preferred by the landlord as enabling him to retain a greater hold over his land, and acquiesced in by the tenant because of easy rents. In spite of this insecurity of tenure and the absence of agricultural holdings acts, the tenants invested their capital largely with no other security than the landlord's character, for in no country of the world does the character of any class of men stand so high for fair and generous dealing as that of the great body of the English landlords. The custom of tenant right was unknown except in certain counties, Surrey, Sussex, the Weald of Kent, Lincoln, North Notts, and in part of the West Riding of Yorkshire. 643. Where it existed, the agriculture was on the whole inferior to that of the districts where it did not, and it had frequently led to fraud in a greater or less degree. Many farmers were in the practice of working up to a quitting, or making a profit by the difference which their ingenuity and that of their valuer enabled them to demand at leaving as compared with what they paid on entry. The best farmers as well as the landlords were said to be disgusted with the system. The dislike for leases in the days immediately before the repeal of the Corn Laws was partly due to the uncertainty how long protection would last, but chiefly then, as afterwards, to the fact that if a man improved his farm under a lease he had nearly always to pay an increased rent on renewal, but if he held from year to year his improvement, if any, was so gradual and imperceptible that it was hardly noticed and the rent was not raised. It may also be attributable to the modern disinclination to be bound down to a particular spot for a long period. At all events, the general dislike of farmers for leases is a curious commentary on the assertions of those writers who said that leases were his chief necessity. The disparity of the laborers' wages in 1850 was most remarkable, ranging from 15s a week in parts of Lancashire to 6s. In South Wales, the average of the northern counties being 11s. 60, and of the southern 8s. 5d, a difference due wholly to the influence of manufactures, which is still further proved by the fact that in Lancashire in 1770 wages were below the average for England. In fact, since Young's time, wages in the North had increased 66% or in the South only 14%. In Berkshire and Wiltshire there had been no increase in that period, and in Suffolk an actual decrease. It is not surprising to learn that in some southern counties wages were not sufficient for healthy sustenance, and the consequence was, that there, the average amount of poor relief per head of population was 81/2d, but in the North 4s. 73/4d, and the percentage of paupers was twice as great in the former as in the latter. This was mainly due to two causes. 1. The ratepayers of parishes in the South were accustomed to divide among themselves the surplus labor, not according to their requirements but in proportion to the size of their farms, so that a farmer who was a good economist of labor was reduced by this system to the same level as his unskillful neighbors, and the laborer himself had no motive to do his best, as every one, good and bad, was employed at the same rate. 2. To the system of close and open parishes, by which large proprietors could drive the laborer from the parish where he worked to live in some distant village in case he should become chargeable to the rates, so that it was a common thing to see laborers walking 3 or 4 miles each day to their work and back, and in one county farmers provided donkeys for them. Between 1840 and 1850 the laborer had, however, already benefited by free trade, for the price of many articles he consumed fell 30%, on the other hand the rent of his cottage in 80 years had increased 100%, and meat 70%, which however did not, unfortunately, affect him much. The great development of railway construction also helped him by absorbing much surplus labor, and the work of his wife and children was more freely exploited at this date to swell the family budget. 644 The great difference between the wages of the North and the South is a clear proof that the wages of the agricultural laborer are not dependent on the prices of agricultural produce, for those were the same in both regions. It was unmistakably due to the greater demand for labor in the North. The housing of the laborer was, especially in the South, often a black blot on English civilization. From many instances collected by an inquirer in 1844 the following may be taken. At Stirpane in Dorset, one bedroom in a cottage contained 3 beds occupied by 11 people of all ages and both sexes, with no curtain or partition whatever. At Milton Abbas, on the average of the last census there were 36 persons in each house, and so crowded were they that cottagers with a desire for decency would combine and place all the males in one cottage, and all the females in another. But this was rare, and licentiousness and immorality of the worst kind were frequent. 645 As for the farmer, the stock raiser was doing better than the corn grower. The following table shows the rent of cultivated land per acre, the produce of wheat per acre in bushels, the price of provisions, wages of labor, and rent of cottages in England at the date of Young's tours, about 1770, and of Cairds in 1850 647. Rent of cultivated land produce of price per pound of per acre. Wheat per acre. Bread. Meat. Butter. 1770 13s. 4D 2311/2D 31/4D 6D 1850 26s.10D 263/4 646 11/4D 5D1s. Price of wool per pound. Cottage rents. Laborers' wages per week 1770 51/2D 34s 8D 7s 3D 1851s 74s 6D 9s 7D. Thus in 80 years the average rent of arable land rose 100%, the average wheat crop 14%, while the price of bread had decreased 16%. But meat had increased 70%, wool over 100%, butter 100%. The chief benefit to the farmer therefore lay in the increased value of livestock and its products, and it was found then, as in the present depression, that the holders of strong wheat lands suffered most, which was further illustrated by the fact that the rent of the corn-growing counties of the East Coast averaged 23s.8d per acre, that of the mixed corn and grass counties in the Midlands and West, 31s.5d. Writing in 1847, Porter said rents had doubled since 1790. 648 in Essex farms could be pointed out which were let in 1790 at less than 10s. an acre, but during the war at from 45s to 50s. In 1818 the rent went down to 35s, and in 1847 was 20s. In Berks and Wilts, farms let at 14s per acre in 1790, rose by 1810 to 70s, or fivefold, sank in 1820 to 50s, and in 1847 to 30s. In Staffordshire farms on one estate let for 8 seconds. An acre in 1790, rose during the war to 35s, and at the peace were lowered to 20s, at which price they remained. Owing to better farming, light soils had been applied to uses for which heavy lands alone had formerly been considered fit, with a considerable increase of rent. On the Duke of Rutland's 649 Belvoir estate, of from 18,000 to 20,000 acres of above average quality, rents were in 1,799 19s. 33/4d. an acre. 1,812 25s. 83/4d. 1,830 25s. 13/4d. 1,850 30s. 8d. But the Dukes of Rutland were indulgent landlords and evidently took no undue advantage of the high prices during the war, a policy whose wisdom was fully justified afterwards. It was the opinion of most competent judges, even after the abolition of the Corn Laws, that English land would continue to rise in value. Porter stated that the United Kingdom could never be habitually dependent on the soil of other countries for the food of its people. There was not enough shipping to transport it if it could. 650 Caird prophesied that in the next 80 years the value of land in England would more than double. The well-nigh universal opinion was that as the land of England could not increase, and the population was constantly increasing, land must become dearer. Men failed to foresee the opening of millions of acres of virgin soil in other parts of the world, and the improvement of transport to such an extent that wheat has occasionally been carried as ballast. About 25 or 30 years after these prophecies their fallacy began to be cruelly exposed. 651 About 1853 652 matters began to mend, chiefly owing to the great expansion in trade that followed the great gold discoveries in America and Australia. Then, came the Crimean War, with the closing of the Baltic to the export of Russian corn, wheat in 1855 averaging 74s.8d, and in the next decade the American War crippled another competitor, the imports of wheat from the United States sinking from 16,140,000 CWT in 1862 to 635,000 CWT in 1866. From 1853 until 1875 English agriculture prospered exceedingly, assisted largely by good seasons. Between 1854 and 1865 there were 10 good harvests, and only 2 below the average. Prices of produce rose almost continuously, and the price and rent of land with them. The trade of the country was good, and the demand for the farmers' products steadily grew. The capital value of the land, livestock, and crops upon it, increased in this period by £445,000,000,653. It appeared as if the abolition of the Corn Laws was not to have any great effect after all. Now at last the great body of farmers began to approach the standard set them long before by the more energetic and enterprising. Early maturity in finishing livestock for the market by scientific feeding probably added a fourth to their weight. The produce of crops per acre grew, and drainage and improvements were carried out on all sides, the greatest improvement being made in the cultivation and management of strong lands, of which drainage was the foundation, and enabled the occupier to add Swedes to his course of cropping. 654. It was in this period that Shorthorns, Herefords, and Devons attained a standard of excellence which has made them sought after by the whole world, and other breeds were perfected, the Sussex and Aberdeen Angus especially, while in sheep the improvement was perhaps even greater. 655. The improved Lincolns, Oxford Downs, Hampshire Downs, and Shropshires took their place as standard breeds at this period. In 1866, after many years of expectation and disappointment, agriculturists were furnished with statistics which are trustworthy for practical purpose, but are somewhat vitiated by the fact that the livestock census was taken on March 5, which obviously omitted a large number of young stock, so that those for 1867, when the census was taken on June 25, are better for purposes of comparison with those of subsequent years, when the census has been taken on June 4 or 5. Between 1867 and 1878 the cattle in England and Wales had increased from 4,013,564 to 4,642,641, though sheep had diminished from 22,025,498 to 21,369,810,656. The total acreage under cultivation had increased from 25,451,526 acres to 27,164,326 acres in the same period. There was, however, one black shadow in this fair picture. In 1865 England was invaded by the rinderpest, which spread with alarming rapidity, killing 2,000 cows in a month from its first appearance, and within 6 months infecting 36 counties. 657 The alarm was general, and town and country meetings were held in the various districts where the disease appeared to concert measures of defense. The Privy Council issued an order empowering justices to appoint inspectors authorized to seize and slaughter any animal laboring under such diseases, but, in spite of this, the plague raged with redoubled fury throughout September. There was gross mismanagement in combating it, for the inspectors were often ignorant men, and no compensation was paid for slaughter, so that farmers often sold off most of their diseased stock before hoisting the black flag. The ravages of the disease in the London cowhouses was fearful, as might be expected, and they are said to have been left empty, by no means an unmixed evil, as the keeping of cowhouses in towns was a glaring defiance of the most obvious sanitary laws. In October a commission was appointed to investigate the origin and nature of the disease, and the first return showed a total of 17,673 animals attacked. By March 9, 1866, 117,664 animals had died from the plague, and 26,135 been killed in the attempt to stay it. By the end of August the disease had been brought within very narrow limits, and was eventually stamped out by the resolute slaughter of all infected animals. By November 24 the number of diseased animals that had died or been killed was 209,332,658 and the loss to the nation was reckoned at £3 million. The disease was brought by animals exported from Russia, who came from Revel, via the Baltic, to Hull. In 1872, cattle brought to the same port infected the cattle of the East Riding of Yorkshire, but this outbreak was checked before much damage had been done, and since 1877 there has been no trace of this dreaded disease in the kingdom. The cattle plague, rinderpest, or steppe murrain, is said 659 to have first appeared in England in 1665, the year of the Great Plague, and reappeared in 1714, when it came from Holland, but did little damage, being chiefly confined to the neighbourhood of London. The next outbreak was in 1745, and lasted for 12 years, undoubtedly coming from Holland. It is said to have caused such destruction among the cattle, that much of the grassland in England was ploughed up and planted with corn, so that the exports of grain increased largely. In 1769 it came again, but only affected a few localities, and disappeared in 1771, not to return till 1865. Foot and mouth disease was first observed in England in 1839-660, and it was malignant in 1840-1, when cattle, sheep, and pigs were attacked as they were during the serious outbreak of 1871-2. In 1883 no less than 219,289 cattle were attacked, besides 217,492 sheep, and 24,332 pigs, when the disease was worse than it has ever been in England. Since then, though there have been occasional outbreaks, it has much abated. Another dread scourge of cattle, pleuropneumonia, was at its worst in 1872, a most calamitous year in this respect, when 7,983 cattle were attacked. In 1890 the Board of Agriculture assumed powers with respect to it under the Diseases of Animals Act of that year, and their consequent action has been attended with great success in getting rid of the disease. At the end of this halcyon period farmers had to contend with a new difficulty, the demand for higher wages by their laborers at the instigation of Joseph Arch 661. This famous agitator was born at Barford in Warwickshire in 1826, and as a boy worked for neighbouring farmers, educating himself in his spare time. The miserable state of the labourer which he saw all around him entered into his soul. Meat was rarely seen on his table, even bacon was a luxury in many cottages. Tea was 6s. 2/7 a pound, sugar 8d, and other prices in proportion. The laborers stole turnips for food, and every other man was a poacher. Arch made himself master of everything he undertook, became famous as a hedger, mower, and ploughman, and being consequently employed all over the Midlands and South Wales, began to gauge the discontent of the labourer who was then voiceless, voteless, and hopeless. His wages by 1872 had increased to 12s a week, but had not kept pace with the rise in prices. Bread was 71/2d a loaf. The labourer had lost the benefit of his children's labour, for they had now all gone to school. His food was usually potatoes, dry bread, greens, herbs, kettle broth made by putting bread in the kettle, weak tea, bacon sometimes, fresh meat hardly ever. 662. It is difficult to realize that at the end of the third quarter of the 19th century, when Gladstone said the prosperity of the country was advancing by leaps and bounds, that any class of the community in full work could live under such wretched conditions. Arch came to the conclusion that labor could only improve its position when organized, and the Agricultural Laborers' Union was initiated in 1872. Not that the idea of obtaining better conditions by combination was new to the rural laborer. It was attempted in 1832 in Dorset, but speedily crushed, and not till 1865 was a new union founded in Scotland, which was followed by a strike in Buckinghamshire in 1867, and the foundation of a union in Herefordshire in 1871. 663. It was determined to ask for 16 seconds a week and a 91/2 hours working day, which the farmers refused to grant, and the men struck. The agitation spread all over England, and was often conducted unwisely and with a bitter spirit, but the laborer was embittered by generations of sordid misery. Very reluctantly the farmers gave way, and generally speaking wages went up during the agitation to 14s or 15s a week, though Arch himself admits that even during the height of it they were often only 11s and 12s. With the bad times, about 1879, wages began to fall again, and men were leaving the agricultural union. By 1882 Arch says many were again taking what the farmer chose to give. From 1884 the union steadily declined, and after a temporary revival about 1890, practically collapsed in 1894. Other unions had been started, but were then going downhill, and in 1906 only two remained in a moribund condition. Their main object, to raise the laborers' wages, was largely counteracted by the acute depression in agriculture, and though there has since been considerable recovery, there are districts in England today where he only gets 11s and 12s a week. The laborers' union helped to deal a severe blow to the gang system, which had grown up at the beginning of the century, when the high corn prices led to the breaking up of land where there were no laborers, so that gangs were collected to cultivate it 664, by which overseers, often coarse bullies, employed and sweated gangs sometimes numbering 60 or 70 persons, including small children, and women, the latter frequently very bad specimens of their sex. These gangs went turnip singling, bean dropping, weeding and while pea-picking gangs ran to 400 or 500. Though some of these gangs were properly managed, the system was a bad one, and the Union and the Education Acts helped its disappearance. Footnotes: 613 cylindrical pipes came in about 1843, though they had been recommended in 1727 by Switzer. 614 RASE Journal, 1 series, XXII. 260 615 RASE Journal, 1890, pages 1 square 616 Ibid, 1894, pages 205 square 617 McCombie, Cattle and Cattle Breeders, p. 33. 618 These classes, however, did not comprise all the then known breeds of livestock. 619 RASE Journal, 1892, pages 479 square 620 At the show at Birmingham in 1898 there were 22 entries of longhorns. In 1899 a Longhorn Cattle Society was established, and the herd book resuscitated. More than 20 herds of the breed are now well established. 621 RASE Journal, 1901, p. 24. 622 Caird, English Agriculture in 1850-1, pages 252 square 623 Porter, Progress of the Nation, p. 142. 624 RASE Journal, 1901, p. 25. 625 Ibid 1896, p. 96. 626 Ibid, 1 Ser, 6. 627 Ibid, 1 Ser, v 102. 628 1838, 64s. 7D 1839, 70s. 8D, 1840, 60 SIXS. 4D, 1841, 64s. 4D 629 Took, History of Prices, 4. 19630 C. Wren Hoskins, Agricultural Statistics, p. 5. 631 The abnormal prices during the Crimean War cannot fairly be taken into account. The home and foreign supplies of wheat and flour from 1839 to 46 were home supplies. Foreign supplies. QRS 1839 to 44,022,000 1,762,482 1,840 to 13,870,648 1,925,241 1,841 to 23,626,173 2,985,422 1,842 to 35,078,989 2,405,217 1,843 to 45,213,454 1,606,912 1,844 to 56,664,368 476,190 1,845 to 65,699,969 2,732,134. Took, History of Prices, 4. 414, 1844 to 5 was a very abundant crop, and the threatened repeal of the corn laws induced farmers to send all the corn possible to market. 632 Took, History of Prices, 4. 32 633 Cobden's Speech, March 12, 1844. 634 Took, History of Prices, 4. 142 635 from evidence collected by Mr. Austin in the southern counties. 636 Progress of Nation, pages 137 sq. For the amount imported before that date, see Appendix 2. 637 Walpole, History of England, 4. 63 Square Cobden apparently never contemplated such low prices for corn as have prevailed since 1883. In his speech of March 12, 1844, he mentioned 50s. A quarter as a probable price under free trade, and he died before the full effect of foreign competition was felt by the English farmer. 638 McCulloch, Commercial Dictionary, 1847, p. 274. See below, pages 325 square 639 Caird, English Agriculture in 1850 to 1, p. 498. 640 Ibid p. 490. 641 Victoria County History, Warwickshire, 2. 277 642 Caird, OPCIT, p. 481. 643 Caird, OPCIT p. 507. 644 Hasbach, OPCIT pages 220, 226. 645 Cobden's Speech, March 12, 1844. 646 Mr. Pusey, one of the best informed agriculturists of the day, estimated the produce of wheat per acre in 1840 at 26 bushels RAS. Journal, 1890, p. 20. 647 Caird, English Farming in 1850 to 1, p. 474. 648 Progress of the Nation. 649 Thorold Rogers, History of Agriculture and Prices, v. 29. 650 Progress of the Nation, pages 137 to 9. 651 Yet as the growth of population overtakes the corn and meat supply, these prophets may in the end prove correct. 652 The Great Exhibition of 1851 was said to have widely diffused the use of improved implements. RAS.E Journal, 1856, p. 54. 653 RASE Journal, 1890, p. 34. 654 RASE Journal, 1856, p. 60. 655 Ibid 1901, p. 30. See below, p. 343. 656 Board of Agriculture Returns, 1878, and RASE Journal, 1868, p. 239. Young estimated the number of cattle in England in 1770 at 2,852,048, including 684,491 draft cattle. Eastern Tour, 4. 456 657 RASE Journal, 2nd Ser, 2. 230 658 Ibid 3. 430 659 RASE Journal, 2nd Ser, 2. 270 660 See Autobiography of Joseph Arch 661 Ibid 9. 274 662 In many districts, however, his food was better than this. 663 Hasbach, OPCIT, pages 276-7. 664 Hasbach, OPCIT, pages 193, et sec. The Gangs Act, 30 and 31 Vic C 130, had already brought the system under control. Chapter XXI 1875-1908 Agricultural Distress Again Foreign Competition Agricultural Holdings Acts New Implements Agricultural Commissions The situation in 1908 About the year 1875 the good times came to an end. The full force of free trade was at last felt. The seasons assisted the decline, and there was now no compensation in the shape of higher prices. In the 8 years between 1874 and 1882 there were only 2 good crops. A new and formidable competitor had entered the field. Between 1860 and 1880 the produce of wheat in the United States had trebled. Vast stretches of virgin soil were opened up with the most astonishing rapidity by railroads, and European immigrants poured in. The cost of transport fell greatly, and England was flooded with foreign corn and meat. English land, which had to support the landlord, the tithe owner, the land agent, the farmer, the laborer, and a large army of paupers 665 had to compete with land where often one man was owner, farmer, and laborer, with no tithe and no poor rates. Yet prices held up fairly well until 1884, when there was a collapse from which they have not yet recovered. In 1877 wheat was 50 SIXS. 9D, in 1883 41s. 7D, and in 1884 35s. 8D, by 1894 the average price for the year was 22s. 10D 666 farmers' capital was reduced from 30 to 50 per center and rents and the purchase value of land in a similar proportion. Poor clays only fit for wheat and beans went out of cultivation, though much has since been laid down to grass, and much has tumbled down. In fact, most of the increased value of the good period between 1853 to 75 disappeared. The year 1879 will long be remembered as the Black Year. It was the worst of a succession of wet seasons in the Midland, western and southern counties of England, the average rainfall being 1/4 above the average, and 1880 was little better. The land, saturated and chilled, produced coarser herbage, the finer grasses languished or were destroyed, fodder and grain were imperfectly matured. Mold and ergot were prevalent among plants, and flukes producing liver rot among livestock, especially sheep. In 1879 in England and Wales 3 million sheep died or were sacrificed from rot. 667 by 1881 5 million had perished at an estimated loss of £10 million, and many, alas, were sent to market full of disease. Cattle also were infected, and hares, rabbits, and deer suffered. In some cases entire flocks of sheep disappeared. The disease was naturally worst on low-lying and ill-drained pastures, but occurred even on the drier uplands hitherto perfectly free from liver rot, carried thither no doubt by the droppings of infected sheep, hares, and rabbits, and perhaps by the feet of men and animals. Apart from medicine, concentrated dry food given systematically, the regular use of common salt, and of course removal from low-lying and damp lands, were found the best preventives. Besides this great calamity, this year was distinguished by one of the worst harvests of the century, outbreaks of foot and mouth disease, of pleuropneumonia, and a disastrous attack of foot rot. The misfortunes of the landed interest produced a commission in 1879 under the Duke of Richmond, which conducted a most laborious and comprehensive inquiry. Their report, issued in 1882, stated that they were unanimously convinced of the great intensity and extent of the distress that had fallen upon the agricultural community. Owner and occupier had alike been involved. Yet, though agricultural distress had prevailed over the whole country, the degree had varied in different counties, and in some cases in different parts of the same counties. Cheshire, for instance, had not suffered to anything like the same extent as other counties, nor was the depression so severe in Cumberland, Westmoreland, Northumberland, and parts of Yorkshire. The rainfall had been less in the northern counties. In the Midlands, the eastern, and most of the southern counties the distress was severe. In Essex the state of agriculture was deplorable, but Kent, Devon, and Cornwall were not hardly hit. 668 The chief causes of the depression were said to be these: the succession of unfavorable seasons, causing crops deficient in quantity and quality, and losses of livestock. Low prices, partly due to foreign imports and partly to the inferior quality of the home production. Increased cost of production. Increased pressure of local taxation by the imposition of new rates, viz. the education rate and the sanitary rate, and the increase of old rates, especially the highway rate, in consequence of the abolition of turnpikes. Some exceptionally bad instances of this were given. In the parish of Didmarton, Gloucestershire, the average amount of rates paid for the 5 years ending March 31, 1858, was £26 six. 3d, for the 5 years ending March 31, 1878, £118 7d. In the North Leach Union the rates had increased thus in decennial periods from 1850 £1 5,471 1860 to 15,534 1870 to 18,525 1878 to 910,089 on one small property in Staffordshire. The increase of rates, other than poor rates, amounted to 3s. 6d in the pound on the rateable value. Excessive rates charged by railway companies for the conveyance of produce, and preferential rates given to foreign agricultural produce, the railway companies alleging, in defense of this, that foreign produce was consigned in much greater bulk, by few consignors, than home-grown, and could be conveyed much more economically than if picked up at different stations in small quantities. As to the effect of restrictive covenants on the depression, the balance of evidence did not incline either way. 669 The Agricultural Holdings Act of 1875 was stated to have done much good in the matter of compensation to tenants for improvements, notwithstanding its merely permissive character, as it had reversed the presumption of law in relation to improvements effected by the tenant, prescribed the amount of compensation, and the mode in which it should be given. As to the important subject of freedom of cropping and sale of produce, there were diverse opinions, some advocating it wholly, others not believing in it at all, others saying each landlord and each tenant should make their own bargains since each farm stands on its own footing, others again favoring modified restrictions. The preponderance of opinion was in favor of a modification of the law of distress. The Commission further said that the pressure of foreign competition was greatly in excess of the anticipations of the supporters and of the apprehensions of the opponents of Corn Law repeal. If it had not been for this, English farmers would have been partly compensated for the deficient yield by higher prices. On the other hand, the farmer had had the advantage of an increased and cheapened supply of feeding stuffs, such as maize, linseed and cotton cakes, and of artificial manures imported from abroad. At the same time, the benefit to the community from cheap food was immense. It seemed just, however, that as agriculture was suffering from low prices, by which the country gained as a whole, that the proportion of taxation imposed on the land should be lessened. It was especially unjust that personal property was exempted from local rates, contrary to the Act of 43 Elise. C2, and the whole burden thrown on real property. The difficulties of farmers were aggravated by the high price of labor, which had increased 25% in 20 years, largely owing to the competition of other industries, and at the same time become less efficient. As provisions were cheap, and employment abundant, the laborer had been scarcely affected by the distress. His cottage, however, especially if in the hands of a small owner, with neither the means nor the will to expend money on improvements, was often still very defective. Farmers were already complaining of the results of the new system of education, for which they had to pay, while it deprived them of the labor of boys, and drained from the land the sources of future labor by making the young discontented with farm work. The Commission denied that rents had been unduly raised previous to 1875-670, and in the exceptional cases where they had been, it was due to the imprudent competition of tenant farmers encouraged by advances made by country bankers, the sudden withdrawal of which had greatly contributed to the present distress. Districts where dairying was carried on had suffered least, yet the yield of milk was much diminished, and the quality deteriorated, owing to the inferiority of grass from a continuance of wet seasons. The production and sale of milk was increasing largely, so that the attention of farmers and landlords was being drawn to this important branch of farming, milk sellers necessarily suffering less from foreign competition than any other farmers. Let us turn once more to the hop yards. In 1878 the acreage of hops in England reached its maximum. We have seen that in the first half of the 18th century hop yards covered 12,000 acres, which between 1750 and 1780 increased to 25,000, and by 1800 to 32,000. In 1878, 71,789 acres were grown. The great increase prior to that year was due to the abolition of the excise duty in 1862, which on an average was equal to an annual charge of nearly £7 an acre 671. This encouraged hop growing more than the taking off of the import duty in the same year discouraged it. In 1882 there was a very small crop in England, which raised the average price to £18 a CWT, some choice samples fetching £30 a CWT, growers who had good crops realizing much more than the freehold value of the hop yards. This, however, was most unfortunate for them, as it led to a great increase in the use of hop substitutes, such as quassia, churretta, colombo, gentian, and C, which, with the decreasing consumption of beer and the demand for lighter beer, has done more than foreign competition to lower the price and thereby cause so large an area to be grubbed up as unprofitable. that in 1907 it was reduced to 44,938 acres. Yet the quality of the hops has in the last generation greatly improved in condition, quality, and appearance. Growers also have in the same period often incurred great expense in substituting various methods of wire work for poles, and washing, generally with quassia chips and soft soap and water, has become well nigh universal, so that the expense of growing the crop has increased, while the price has been falling. 672 The crop has always been an expensive one to grow. Marshall in 1798 put it at £20 an acre, exclusive of picking, drying, and marketing. 673, and Young estimated the total cost at the same date at £31 tens an acre. 674, today £40 an acre is by no means an outside price. It may be some encouragement to growers to remember that hops have always been subject to great fluctuations in price. Between 1693 and 1700, for instance, they varied from 40s to 240s a cwt, so that they may yet see them at a remunerative figure. Upon the whole, says an 18th-century writer, though many have acquired large estates by hops, their real advantage is perhaps questionable. By engrossing the attention of the farmer they withdraw him from slower and more certain sources of wealth, and encourage him to rely too much upon chance for his rent, rather than the honest labor of the plough. To the landlord the cultivation of hops is an evil, defrauding the arable land of its proper quantity of manure and thereby impoverishing his estate. It was by this time the general opinion of men with a thorough experience of farming, that in many parts of Great Britain no sufficient compensation was secured to the tenant for his unexhausted improvements. In some counties and districts this compensation was given by established customs, in others customs existed which were insufficient, in many they did not exist at all. It must be confessed that often when a tenant leaves his farm there is more compensation due to the landlord than to the tenant. Human nature being what it is, the temptation to get as much out of the land just before leaving it is well nigh irresistible to many farmers. In these days, when the landlord is often called upon by the tenant to do what the tenant used to do himself, the question of compensation to the tenant must on many estates appear to the landlord extremely ironical. It is, in the greater number of cases, the landlord who should receive compensation, and not the tenant, and though he has power to demand it, such power is over and over again not put in force. At the same time there are bad men in the landlord class as in any other, and from them the tenant required protection. By the Agricultural Holdings, England, Act of 1875, 38 and 39 Vict. C. 92, improvements for which compensation could be claimed by the tenant were divided into three classes. First-class improvements, such as drainage of land, erection or enlargement of buildings, laying down of permanent pasture, and c. required the previous consent in writing of the landlord to entitle the tenant to compensation. Second-class improvements, such as boning of land with undissolved bones, chalking, claying, liming, and marling the land, the latter now hardly ever practiced, required notice in writing by the tenant to the landlord of his intention, and if notice to quit had been given or received, the consent in writing of the landlord was necessary. For third-class improvements, such as the application to the land of purchased manure, and consumption on the holding by cattle, sheep, or pigs, of cake or other feeding stuff not produced on the holding, no consent or notice was required. Improvements in the first class were deemed to be exhausted in 20 years, in the second in 7, and in the third in 2. It was the opinion of the Richmond Commission of 1879 that, notwithstanding the beneficial effects of this act, no sufficient compensation for his unexhausted improvements was secured to the tenant. The landlord and tenant also might agree in writing that the act should not apply to their contract of tenancy. So in 1883, when the Agricultural Holdings Act of that year, 46 and 47 Vic C 61, 675 was passed, it was made compulsory as far as regarded compensation, and the time limit as regards the tenant's claims for improvements was abolished, the basis for compensation for all improvements recognized by the Act being laid down as the value of the improvement to an incoming tenant. Improvements for which compensation could be claimed were again divided into three classes as before, but the drainage of land was placed in the second class instead of the first, and so only required notice to the landlord. This was the only improvement in the second class. The other improvements which had been in the second class in the Act of 1875 were now placed in the third, where no consent or notice was required. The Act also effected three other important alterations in the law. First, as to notices to quit, a year's notice being necessary where half a year's notice had been sufficient, though this section might be excluded by agreement. Secondly, after January 1, 1885, the landlord could only dist for 1 year's rent instead of 6 years as formerly, and thirdly, as to fixtures. These formerly became the property of the landlord on the determination of the tenancy, but by 14 and 15 Vict. C 25 an agricultural tenant was enabled to remove fixtures put up by him with the consent of his landlord for agricultural purposes. Now all fixtures erected after the commencement of the Act were the property of and removable by the tenant, but the landlord might elect to purchase them. This Act was amended by the Act of 1900, 63 and 64 Vict 50, and has been much altered by the Agricultural Holdings Act of 1906, 6 EDW 7, C 56, which has treated the landlord with a degree of severity, which, considering the excellent relations that have for the most part existed between English landlords and tenants for generations, is utterly unwarranted. In several respects indeed he has been treated by the Act as if the land did not belong to him, while freedom of contract, until recent years one of the most cherished principles of our law, is arbitrarily interfered with. The chief alterations made by the Act of 1906 were 1. Improvements by the Act of 1883, in the valuation for improvements under the first schedule, such part of the improvement as is justly due to the inherent capabilities of the soil was not credited to the tenant. This provision is repealed by the Act of 1906, in reference to which it must be said that the latent fertility of the soil, sometimes very considerable, may be developed by a small outlay on the part of the tenant, for which outlay he is certainly entitled to compensation. But the greater part of the improvement may be due to the soil which belongs to the landlord, yet the Act credits the tenant with the whole of this improvement. An addition is made to the list of improvements which a tenant may make without his landlord's consent and for which he is entitled on quitting to compensation, viz. Repairs to buildings, being buildings necessary for the proper working of the holding, other than repairs which the tenant is obliged to execute. 2. Damage by game. A tenant may now claim compensation for damage to crops by deer, pheasants, partridges, grouse, and black game. 3. Freedom of cropping and disposal of produce. Prior to this Act it had been the custom for generations to insert covenants in agreements providing for the proper cultivation of the farm, as, for instance, forbidding the removal from the holding of hay, straw, roots, green crops, and manure made on the farm. These and other covenants were merely in the interests of good farming, and to prevent the soil deteriorating. In recent times vexatious covenants formerly inserted had practically disappeared, and where still existing were seldom enforced. By this Act, notwithstanding any custom of the country or any contract or agreement, the tenant may follow any system of cropping, and dispose of any of his produce as he pleases, but after so doing he must make suitable and adequate provision to protect the farm from injury thereby, a proviso vague and difficult to enforce, and not sufficient to prevent an unscrupulous tenant greatly injuring his farm. 4. Compensation for unreasonable disturbance. If a landlord without good cause, and for reasons inconsistent with good estate management, terminates a tenancy by notice to quit, or refuses to grant a renewal of the tenancy if so requested at least 1 year before the expiration thereof, or if a tenant quits his holding in consequence of a demand by the landlord for an increased rent, such demand being due to an increased value in the holding owing to improvements done by the tenant, in either of such events the tenant is entitled to compensation. This compensation for disturbance is in direct opposition to the recommendation of the Commission of 1894-676 and seems to be an unwarrantable interference with the owner's management of his own land. Another benefit, and one long needed, was conferred on farmers by the Ground Game Act of 1880, 43 and 44 Vict. C. 47. Before the act the tenant had by common law the exclusive right to the game, including hares and rabbits, unless it was reserved to the landlord, which was usually the case. By this act the right to kill ground game, which often worked terrible havoc in the tenant's crops, was rendered inseparable from the occupation of the land, though the owner may reserve to himself a concurrent right. One consequence of this act has been that the hare has disappeared from many parts of England. The greatest improvement in implements during this period was in the direction of reaping and mowing machines, which have now attained a high degree of perfection. As early as 1780 the Society of Arts offered a gold medal for a reaping machine, but it was not till 1812 that John Comyn of Dinnock, Northumberland, invented a machine which embodied all the essential principles of the modern reaper. Popular hostility to the machine was so great that Comyn made his early trials by moonlight, and he ceased from working on them 677. His machine was improved by the Browns of Alnwick, who sold some numbers in 1822, and shortly afterwards emigrated to Canada taking with them models of Comyn's reapers. McCormick, the reputed inventor of the reaping machine, knew the Browns, and obtained from them a model of Comyn's machine which was almost certainly the father of the famous machine exhibited by him at the Great Exhibition of 1851. Various other inventors have assisted in improving this implement, and in 1873 the first wire binder was exhibited in Europe by the American, W. A. Wood, wire soon giving place to string owing to the outcry of farmers and millers. The self-binding reaper is the most ingenious of agricultural machines, and has been of enormous benefit to farmers in saving labor. Though the hay-tedding machine was invented in 1814, it is only during the last 30 years that its use has become common, the spread of the mowing machine making it a necessity, cutting the grass so fast that only a very large number of men with the old forks could keep up with it. The tedder also rendered raking by hand too slow, and the horse rake, patented first in 1841, has immensely improved in the last 30 years. Another enormous labor saver is the hay and straw elevator, having endless chains furnished with carrying forks at intervals of a few feet, driven by horse gear. The steam cultivator invented by John Fowler is much used, but cannot be said to have superseded the ordinary working stock of the farm, though for deep plowing on large farms of heavy land it is invaluable. Improvements in dairying appliances have also been great, but the English farmer has generally fought shy of factories or creameries, so that his butter still lacks the uniform quality of his foreign rivals. In manures, the most important innovation in the last generation has been the constantly growing use of basic slag, formerly left neglected at the pit mouth and now generally recognized as a wonderful producer of clover. Most of the suggestions of the Commission of 1879 were carried into effect. Rents were largely reduced, so that between 1880 and 1884 the annual value of agricultural land in England sank £5,750,000. 678 grants were made by the government in aid of local burdens, cottages were improved although the landowner's capital was constantly dwindling, settled land acts assisted the transfer of limited estates, a Minister of Agriculture was appointed in 1889, and in 1891 the payment of the tithe was transferred from the tenant to the landlord, which generally meant that the whole burden was now borne by the latter. Still foreign imports continued to pour in and prices to fall. Wheatland, which was subject to the fiercest competition, began to be converted to other uses, and between 1878 and 1907 had fallen in England from 3,041,214 acres to 1,537,208, most of it being converted to pasture or tumbling down to grass, while a large quantity was used for oats. The price of livestock was now falling greatly before increasing imports of live animals and dead meat, while cheese, butter, wool, and fruit were also pouring in. Farming, too, was now suffering from a new enemy, gambling in farm produce, which began to show itself about 1880 and has since materially contributed to lowering prices. 679 The enormous gold premium in the Argentine Republic, with the steady fall in silver, was another factor. As Mr. Prothero says, enterprise gradually weakened, landlords lost their ability to help, and farmers their recuperative power. The capital both of landlords and tenants was so reduced that neither could afford to spend an unnecessary penny. Land deteriorated in condition, drainage was practically discontinued, less cake and less manure were bought, labor bills were reduced, and the number of males employed in farming dwindled as the wheat area contracted. 680 The year 1893 was remarkable for a prolonged drought in the spring. From March 2 to May 14 hardly any rain fell, and livestock were much reduced in quality from the parching of the herbage, while in many parts the difficulty of supplying them with water was immense. In the same year another commission on agriculture was appointed, whose description of the condition of agriculture was a lamentable one. The commission in their final report 681 stated that the seasons since 1882 had on the whole been satisfactory from an agricultural point of view, and the evidence brought forward showed that the existing depression was to be mainly attributed to the fall in prices of farm produce. This fall had been most marked in the case of grain, particularly wheat, and wool also had fallen heavily. It was not surprising therefore to find that the arable counties 682 had suffered most. In counties where dairying, market gardening, poultry farming, and other special industries prevailed the distress was less acute, but no part of the country could be said to have escaped. In North Devon, noted for stock rearing, rents had only fallen 10 to 15% since 1881, and in many cases there had been no reduction at all. In Herefordshire and Worcestershire good grasslands, hoplands, and dairy farms had maintained their rents in many instances, and the reductions had apparently seldom exceeded 15%. On the heavy arable lands, however, the reduction was from 20 to 40%. In Cheshire, devoted mainly to dairying, there had been no general reduction of rent, though there had been remissions, and in some cases reductions, of 10%. In fact, grazing and dairy lands, which comprise so large an area of the northern and western counties, were not badly affected, though the depreciation in the value of livestock and the fall in wool had considerably diminished farm profits and rents. But of the eastern counties, those in which there are still large quantities of arable land, a different tale was told. In Essex much of the clay land was going out of cultivation, many farms, after lying derelict for a few years, were let as grass runs for stock at a nominal rent. The rent of an estate near Chelmsford of 1,418 acres had fallen from £1,314 in 1879 to £415 in 1892, or from 18s. 60 an acre to 5s. 10d 683. The net rental of another had fallen from £7,682 in 1881 to £2,224 in 1892, and the landlord's income from his estate of 13,009 acres in 1892 to 3 was ones an acre. The balance sheet of the estate for the same year is an eloquent example of the landowner's profits in these depressed times. 684, Receipts. Payments. £S.D. Tithe received 79859. Tithe, rates, and taxes 2,96419. Cottage rents 49586. Rent charge and fee. Farm rents 17904. Garden 213,510. Gates and fencing 878. Estate 7,452,148. Estate repairs and buildings 4,350128. Tithes refunded by tenants 530,152. Draining 17061. Brickyard 17018. Management 936147. Insurances 58115. Balance profit 6521399. £9,490,911. £9,490,911 equals in the great agricultural county of Lincoln. Rents had fallen from 30 to 75 per cent. 685. The average amount realized on an acre of wheat had fallen from £10 six 3d in 1873 to 7 to £2 11d in 1892 686, and the fall in the price of cattle between 1882 and 1893 was a little over 30%. Many of the large farmers in Lincolnshire before 1875 had lived in considerable comfort and even luxury, as became men who had invested large sums, sometimes £20,000, in their business. They had carriages, hunters, and servants, and gave their children an excellent start in life. But all this was changed. A day's hunting occasionally was the utmost they could afford, and wives and daughters took the work from the servants. The small farmers had suffered more than the large ones, and the condition of the small freeholders was said to be deplorable, a fact to be noted by those who think small holdings a panacea for distress. 687. Even near Boston, where the soil is favorable for market gardening, the evidence of the smallholder was singularly unanimous as to their unfortunate condition. The small occupiers were better off than the freeholders, because their rents had been reduced and they could leave their farms if they did not pay, but their position was very unsatisfactory. From the evidence given to the Assistant Commissioner, it is clear that the small occupier and freeholder could only get on by working harder and living harder than the laborer. "We all live hard and never see fresh meat," said one. "We can't afford butcher's meat," said another. Another said, "In the summer I work from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m., and often do not take more than an hour off for meals. That is penal servitude, except you have your liberty. A foreman who earns £1 a week is better off than I am. He has no anxiety, and not half the work." These instances could be multiplied many times, so that it is not surprising that the children of these men have flocked to the towns. In Norfolk, 20 or 30 years ago, no class connected with the land held their heads higher than the farmers. Many of them owned the whole or a part of the land they farmed, and lived in good style. All this was now largely changed. The typical Norfolk farmer of today is a harassed and hard-working man, engaged in the struggle to make both ends meet. Many were ruined. However, there were farmers who, by skill, enterprise, and careful management, made their business pay even in these times, such as the tenant of the farm at Papelwick in Nottinghamshire who gained the first prize in the Royal Agricultural Society's farm competition in 1888. This farm consisted of 522 acres, of which only 61 were grass, but chiefly owing to the trouble taken in growing fine root crops, a large number of livestock were annually purchased and sold off, the following balance sheet showing a profit of £3 0d per acre, dr pound cr pound rent, tithes, rates, taxes, and C.278 corn, hay, potatoes, and like products sold 655 wages 387 livestock, poultry, dairy produce, and wool sold 4,941 purchase of cake, corn, seeds, manure, and C.688 purchase of livestock 2,654 £4,007 profit 1,589 £5,596 £5,596 equals The reductions of rents in various counties were estimated thus 689 per cent Northumberland 20 to 25 Hereford 20 to 30 Cumberland 20 to 40 Somerset 20 to 40 York 10 to 50 Oxford 25 to 50 Lancaster 5 to 30 Suffolk up to 70 Stafford 10 to 25 Essex 25 to 100 Leicester 40 Kent 15 to 100 Nottingham 14 to 50 Hants 25 to 100 Warwick 25 to 60 Wilts 10 to 75 Huntingdon 40 to 50 Devon 10 to 25 Derby 14 to 25 Cornwall 10 to 100 This large reduction in the rent rolls of landowners has materially affected their position and weakened their power. Many, indeed, have been driven from their estates, while others can only live on them by letting the mansion house and the shooting, and occupying some small house on the lands they are reluctant to leave. The agricultural depression, which set in about 1875, may in short be said to have effected a minor social revolution, and to have completed the ruin of the old landed aristocracy as a class. The depreciation of their rents may be judged from the following figures: 690, gross annual value of lands, including tithes, decrease. Under Schedule A in England. Amount. Per cent 1,879 to 81,893 to £4 £48,533,340 £36,999,846 £11,533,494 23.7 These figures, however, are far from indicating the full extent of the decline in the rental value of purely agricultural land, as they include ornamental grounds, gardens, and other properties, and do not take into account temporary remissions of rent. Sir James Caird, as early as 1886, estimated the average reduction on agricultural rents at 30%. The loss in the capital value of land has inevitably been great from this reduction in rents, and has been aggravated by the fact that the confidence of the public in agricultural land as an investment has been much shaken. In 1875 30 years' purchase on the gross annual value of land was the capital value, in 1894 only 18 years' purchase, and whereas the capital value of land in the United Kingdom was in 1875 £2,007,330,000, in 1894 it was £1,001,829,212, a decrease of 49.6%. Moreover, landlords have incurred increased expenditure on repairs, drainage, and buildings, and taxation has grown enormously. On the occupiers of land the effect of the depression was no less serious, their profits having fallen on an average 40%. 691 occupying owners had suffered as much as any other class, both yeomen who farmed considerable farms and small freeholders. Many of the former had bought land in the good times when land was dear and left a large portion of the purchase money on mortgage, with the result that the interest on the mortgage was now more than the rent of the land. 692 They were thus worse off than the tenant farmer, for they paid a higher rent in the shape of interest. Moreover, they could not leave their land, for it could only be sold at a ruinous loss. The statesmen of Cumberland were weighed down by the same burdens, and their disappearance furthered. For instance, in the parish of Abbey Quarter, between 1780 and 1812 their number decreased from 51 to 38. By 1837 it was 30, by 1864, 21, and in 1894 only 9 remained. The small freeholders were also largely burdened with mortgages, and even in the Isle of Ackholm were said to have suffered more than any other class, largely because of their passion for acquiring land at high prices, leaving most of the purchase money on mortgage, and starting with insufficient capital. As regards the agricultural laborer, the chief effect of the depression had been a reduction of the number employed and a consequent decrease in the regularity of employment. 693 Their material condition had everywhere improved, though there were still striking differences in the wages paid in different parts, and the improvement, though partly due to increased earnings, was mainly attributable to the cheapening of the necessaries of life. 694 The great majority of ordinary laborers were hired by the week, except those boarded in the farmhouse, who were generally hired by the year. Men, also, who looked after the livestock were hired by the year. Weekly wages ranged from tens in Wilts and Dorset to 18s. In Lancashire, and averaged 13s. 60 for the whole country. The fall in the prices of agricultural produce is best represented in tabular form, triennial average of British wheat, barley, and oats per quarter. Wheat, barley, oats. SD 1876 to 8499 384 256 1893 to 5241 240 169 Thus wheat had fallen 53%, barley 37, and oats 34. Triennial average prices of British cattle, per stone of 8 lb inferior quality. Second quality. First quality. SD 1876 to 845 56 60 1893 to 528 40 47 or a fall of 24% in the best quality, and 40% in inferior grades. The decline in the prices of all classes of sheep amounted on the average to from so to 30%, and in the price of wool of from 40 to 50%, that is, from an average of 1.60 a pound in 1874 to 6, to a little over 9d. In 1893 to 5. Milk, butter, and cheese were stated to have fallen from 25 to 33% between 1874 and 1891, and there had been a further fall since. In districts, however, near large towns there had been much less reduction in the price of milk. This general fall in prices seems to have been directly connected with the increase of foreign competition. 695 Wheat has been most affected by this development, and at the date of the commission the home production had sunk to 25% of the total quantity needed for consumption. Other homegrown cereals had not been similarly displaced, but the large consumption of maize had affected the price of feeding barley and oats. As regards meat, while foreign beef and mutton had seriously affected the price of inferior British grades, the influence on superior qualities had been much less marked. Foreign competition had been, on the whole, perhaps more severe in pork than in other classes of meat, but had been confined mainly to bacon and hams. The successful competition of the foreigner in our butter and cheese markets was attributed mainly to the fact that the dairy industry is better organized abroad than in Great Britain. The Commission found that another cause of the depression was the increased cost of production, not so much from the increase of wages, as from the smaller amount of work done for a given sum. Where wages in the previous 20 years had remained stationary, the cost of work had increased because the laborer did not work so hard or so well as his forefathers. The following table 696 is a striking proof of the increased ratio of the cost of labor to gross profits, counting acreage of farm, period of account, average gross profit, average annual cost of labor, average cost per acre, ratio of cost of labor to gross profits. Pound S.D per cent Suffolk 591,839 to 43 1,577,133,710 262 49.03 1,863 to 67 1,54509 83,690 284 54.07 1871 to 75 1,72501 1,02614 352 59.48 1890 to 94 728,105 97,315 330 133.50 on a farm in Wilts. Between 1858 and 1893, the ratio of the cost of labor to gross profits had increased from 47.0 per cent to 88.3 per cent, on one in Hampshire. Between 1873 and 1890, from 44.4 per cent to 184.3 per cent, and many similar instances are given, illustrating very forcibly the economic revolution which has led to the transfer of a larger share of the produce of the land to the laborer. On the other hand, this commission found, like the last, that the farmer had derived considerable benefit from the decrease in cost of cake and artificial manure, while the low price of corn had led to its being largely used in place of linseed and cotton cakes. Before leaving the subject of this famous commission, it is well to state the answer of Sir John Laws, than whom there was no higher authority, to the oft-repeated assertion that high farming would counteract low prices. The result of all our experiments, he said, is that the reverse is the case. As you increase your crops, so each bushel after a certain amount costs you more and more, the last bushel always costs you more than all the others. As prices went lower, we must contract our farming to what I should call the average of the seasons, and in the corn districts, the higher the farmer had farmed his land by adding manure, the worse had been the financial result. 697 In 1896, the injustice of the incidence of rates on agricultural land was partly remedied, the occupier being relieved of half the rates on the land apart from the buildings, which act was continued in 1901. 698 But the system is still inequitable, for a farmer who pays a rent of £240 a year even now probably pays more rates than the occupier of a house rated at £120 a year. Yet the farmer's income would very likely not be more than £200 a year, whereas the occupier of the house rated at £120 might have an income of £2,000 a year. In 1901 and 1902, Mr. Rider Haggard, following in the footsteps of Young, Marshall, and Caird, made an agricultural tour through England. He considered that, after foreign competition, the great danger to English farming was the lack of labor. 699 For young men and women were everywhere leaving the country for the towns, attracted by the nominally high wages, often delusive, and by the glamour of the pavement. Yet the laborer has come better out of the depression of the last generation than either landowner or farmer. He is better housed, better fed, better clothed, better paid, but filled with discontent. Since Mr. Haggard wrote, however, there seems to be a reaction, small indeed but still marked, against the town ward movement, and in most places the supply of labor is sufficient. The quality, however, is almost universally described as inferior. The laborer takes no pride in his work, and good hedgers, thatchers, milkers, and men who understand livestock are hard to obtain. 700, and the reason for this is in large measure due to the modern system of education which keeps a boy from farm work until he is too old to take to it. His wages today in most parts are good. Near manufacturing towns the ordinary farm hand is paid from 18s to 20s a week with extras in harvest, and in purely agricultural districts from 13s to 15s a week, often with a cottage rent-free at the lower figure. His cottage has improved vastly, especially on large estates, though often leaving much to be desired, and the rent usually paid is £4 or £5 a year, rising to £7 and £8 near large towns. The wise custom of giving him a garden has spread, and is nearly always found to be much more helpful than an allotment. The superior or more skilled workman 701 such as the wagoner, stockman, or shepherd, earns in agricultural counties like Herefordshire from 14s to 18s a week, and in manufacturing counties like Lancashire from 20s to 22s a week, with extras such as 3d a lamb in lambing time. At the lower wages he often has a cottage and garden rent-free. The improved methods of cutting and harvesting crops have so enabled the farmer to economize labor that the once familiar figure of the Irish laborer with his knee breeches and tall hat, who came over for the harvest, has almost disappeared. Women, who formerly shared with the men most of the farm work, now are little seen in most parts of England at work in the fields, and are better occupied in attending to their homes. The divorce of the laborer from the land by enclosure had early exercised men's minds, and many efforts were made to remedy this. About 1836 especially, several landowners in various parts of England introduced allotments, and the movement spread rapidly, so that in 1893 the Royal Commission on Labour stated that in most places the supply was equal to or in excess of the demand. 700 However,